Hello. All right. How's everyone doing this morning? I'm glad I haven't missed much. What a tumultuous day. Hmm. Okay. So testing 4390. Let me pull up our rest of the data. We thought you were dead. No. I overslept and then well, I don't know if my internet or my power went out, but my router was fucked. So I've been spending the last like 45 minutes fixing that. Something must have gone out this morning. What do you think of the movie Dumb Money? I didn't watch it. I hate Seth Rogen. Joby, it's broken up to 12. I told you it could do that. Congratulations. Although it does look like it's gone back to 10. Thank God you're okay. We so deeply care for you. Hmm. Someone doesn't want the market over 4390 currently. Well, it would appear that way from the earlier test. Hold on. I'm still opening up programs and shit right now. Fuck. Seems like there's plenty of call interest up to 4,400. 4395 seems pretty well stacked. Although it was yesterday too, and they all sold off. Yeah, 4,400 looks more than possible right now. Sheesh Girk, I've been so bored, and obviously having rugged handsomeness withdrawals. I understand. Correct. What are your thoughts on it now, though? I don't really have any. I mean, I don't see. I don't have like a deep analysis on the stock that I've never looked at before ever. I can tell you what the chain looks like. I highly doubt it's changed all that much. I mean, most of the price action you got there was probably from the covered calls pulling back that were sitting at 10. Hold on. Even 4,400 after 2 p.m. when calls get cheap. I mean, there's enough calls at 4,400 right now for it to test 4,400. The only good thing about me waking up late is I didn't close my straddle on the first high test. So now I get to hold it. What is it? Joby? Looks like the call interest at 10 flipped long, and then literally no call interest exists above that on the options chain. Oh, and not all of the calls sold at 10 have closed. Just some of them. I think it's down about half from yesterday. And with the volatility spike, you probably now have like vol sellers coming in and selling short calls at $10. It's taking me one of those let's talk about food days. I mean, I don't know. I kind of want to buy some 4,400 calls right now. I'm still looking at data, but I can't believe it's taken them this long to fucking test it already. Was the GDP data shitty? Powell didn't say anything last night that wasn't acceptable. Let's see. GDP index for one. Okay, so a little lower on the price index. Growth rate. Ugh. When the fuck did the analyst expectations move down to 1.3 for the growth rate for quarter over quarter final? Whatever. Yeah, I guess above estimates. Initial jobless claims for this week down, so that's one down, three up over the last 4 weeks. 257. Yeah, so the 4-week average is up. Continuing claims dropped off 20K, so not very much. Real consumer spending 4.2, core PCE up, GDP sales final up, PCE prices up. Well, obviously they're up because people are paying more. Corporate profits negative 5.9. Oh shit, pending home sales are down 22.2%. What the fuck? Huh. That's a lot. The data's been bearish for months. Why would the market ever stop pumping at this point? Well, I mean, there's only so much you can pump. It does actually run out eventually. You know, all the free money from the Fed that rained down on them in March is almost gone. I mean, there's a few billion left, but not a lot. Decent numbers. When adjustment in 2 months? Maybe. That's a fairly shocking move. I mean, it's been bad, but that's a big reversal after, you know, it was like it's what 2% over down over last month. Even though new home sales looked pretty good. I wonder if that means that credit is tightening and more houses are like locked up in the buying process. I don't see why banks would tighten credit right now with the interest rate on mortgages at like 6.6. How big of a deal is that? Can you put that in context for us, please? I mean, it's kind of a big deal. It depends on what side of the market's affecting it. Um, it was showing a pretty decent trend of moving up since like January of this year. Um, I would say that the month over month is quite high. I don't know if that's an effect of like less demand or an effect of tighter credit, right? Because they're pending home sales. So it might be, people are having a harder time closing, right? Getting through the closing process, but it could also be that, negotiations are tighter, it's taking longer to finalize. People don't want to pay as much, which is, that speaks of a greater trend in, people not overpaying for homes, which can cause a repricing in the asset class. But we'll see. I don't think we have like the housing inventory reports and stuff yet, so it's incomplete. I just think of a hot fire card. All right, I'll show everybody. I'll use that the next time I wake up late. Any Greeks on Carvana? I want to sell bear call spreads. Didn't you kind of miss the window on that? I'll look. Gherk, I'm selling my house. Nice. Just sell it to somebody who's willing to pay 25% over your asking price and doesn't want to inspect it. Apparently that's a thing. Hold on. I'm trying to dig up Carvana. There we go. Let's see. Carvana Gamma Max is at 29.33. Gamma Neutral 21.14. Most of the calls bought on it look to be like weeklies and bought yesterday. So I'd be careful with Gamma Max. It could break it. Has GM on GME increased today or about the same? I don't know. It's down. Dropped from yesterday. 26.53 from yesterday is 27.08. There was some call buying yesterday. Also looked short dated. Just people trying to scalp surges in price because they think it's MOASS. Was there economic data today? Yeah, a bunch. Has GM on GM increased? When I sold my house recently, they waived the inspection and completely and overpaid. Someone told me they're waiving the title diligence. I can't believe lawyers in charge of the closing process would allow that. But they're in such a hurry, they don't want to wait for the title research to be done. That'll be fun. I'm just gonna start selling other people's houses. Do you see danger of hyperinflation? Not with energy prices low. But I also don't think energy prices are going to stay low the rest of the year. Why does China need to devalue the yuan? Because they're lying about their inflation? July 21 or 28, 25, 30. In Canada, people have been selling other people's houses. It's bad. I've told you this before, and I'll tell you again, AJ. No one cares about your housing market. It's not real. It's like when people tell me about Fibonacci's. So you want to sell July 28 in the money bear spreads on what's basically a meme stock. Interesting. Every house near me has gone for 20% over, and 35% of buyers have waived inspection, according to my realtor, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Interesting. Rates high, prices high, perfect time to buy a house, sight unseen, with no inspection. Exactly. I saw someone on Instagram speaking about hard money loans to people who shouldn't come near hard money loans. Yeah. We were talking about this the other day. They're packaging up like business loans for people who are renting Airbnbs. So they're getting like 5-year leases on Airbnb properties, right? Using adjustable rate loans and packaging like, 6, 7 leases together. Any thoughts on a Fubo run today? Oh, what's Fubo doing? I haven't had internet all morning, so I mean I've only been up for like 40 minutes, but I didn't have internet when I woke up. Fubo up to 2? I don't know. I might sell 250s on it again if it moves up a little higher. It doesn't look like it's picking up a ton of volume, but I know that there's been interest on like the 750 2025 strike that's been accumulating recently. So that's interesting. I mean, I'm kind of like long as fuck on Fubo already, so I wouldn't mind it moving up above 250 at some point. it hasn't really been the best for selling covered calls over the last couple months, and it'd be nice for that to change. Instead of buying a house for too much money at a high interest rate without inspecting it, I just bet 0 DTEs with no research. It's a faster way to lose my money. Oh, we're almost there. VIX back at 1350. Oh, that was interesting. VIX was kind of on the rise earlier today. Almost hit 14 this morning again. Wait, is that 85? Oh, that's 90. Okay. Once they get a 4,400, what are the odds they close? I think I'll just repeat this process over and over. That's a good question. It doesn't look like they've closed the 43.75 still. There's a little bit of 0 DT interest at 4405, 4410, and it's higher at 4400. And then on the longer term, 4400 is still stacked. Yeah, 4400 is still the highest strike gamma pretty much across the whole thing there. I think 42 or 4425 and 4450 we might be seeing some sold calls. But yeah, interest falls off pretty hard after 4400. And then really hard after 4425. Please talk me out of buying calls. Why? I mean, you kind of waited too long, right? There's not a lot of extra room here. But there's some. I mean, you could probably scalp something. Hold on. Let me make sure that this is gonna keep going up first before I actually say that. Okay, so this could be topping out. This is the test from earlier. But I think it's more like on the futures side. And that's kind of what's been fucking them up anyway, is the future sellers keep dumping in the upper range, and that's driving their calls back out of the money. That happened to them yesterday, really bad. Hmm. The longer time frames still look very bearish. This would mark a lower high, right? Even if we tested like 44.25, that would still mark a lower high. So yeah, there might be a little struggle there against. It's kind of risky to buy a long call right now, I guess. I kind of wish I looked at this before I did, but that doesn't mean we won't test 4,400. Although beyond that's probably a little more rough. The NQ slump indicative of just sector shift? No, I don't think so. NQ got fucking hammered on the upside test there. There's a lot of sellers, like above. No, it seems like for the last few days that there's been a lot of sellers at like 15.2 and 15.50 on NQ. So I mean, no one's really buying a lot higher, right? Like they're not. I'm not seeing a lot of bids coming on it in the higher ranges. It mostly just seems to get sold, and it gets sold off pretty hard. It recovers, so I mean, it's a tight range, but I mean, for the last since like last Wednesday, it's been selling off above 15.2, and then we've been seeing buyers come in at like 1500 and 14.9. Fubo, these unchanged things? Are you asking if Fubo things are unchanged? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, like a typo there, I think. Fubo gonna hit its 50-day moving average of 233 today or tomorrow? I don't think it's pumping that fucking hard. Um it's got a little bit of volume today. It's doing all right. Maybe. Looks like volume's falling off. It could just be more chop around $2. In which case, I'll just sell more $2 covered calls again and then wait for it to dip. But the constant index pressure is actually really good for the upside on like all the meme stocks, right? They all have liquidity issues. July 14, 25.50 CCs in danger. July 14, 25.50. So you've got what, like 2 weeks to expiration? I mean, do you care if they go in the money? If you care if they go in the money, roll them up, right? If you don't, then who gives a shit? There's some room for it to the upside. I mean, Gamma Max is at like 26, so you got, like 20, 28-ish on the high end. Most of my cover calls right now are out for like 20, 25 to 27 ish. Actually, I kind of have them all over the place because it's been a bit of liquid, but I have some 30s out, which I'm not proud of. Although I did get a good price on them. Can you fill me in on this morning's data release, or should I just rewind? GDP growth is down a little bit, although I don't think anyone cares that much. It seems like analysts revised estimates for it down anyway. New home or pending home sales is down a decent amount. PCE and core PCE for the quarter are up. Consumers are spending more. Sales are doing a little bit better. But I would argue that that's just because pricing has increased. Nothing crazy in today's data, I guess. The pending home sales is kind of nuts, but they'll probably revise it. Yes, I did, but I'm scared. So just put a stop on it. Like, I mean, that's the solution to this, right? If you're buying calls right here, is just to have a tight stop. If futures sell off, then you'll get stopped out. Dad taught me to keep my pussies protected. They're exposed. Is the market closed next Monday? No, but it's like a half day, right? We have like a half day next Monday. That's on opening 15 DTE, 4390P at the 4400 test today or tomorrow for downs next week. Let's see. The 4375s fall off this weekend. Give me a second. It's not a ton of charm on this expiration. Well, it doesn't seem bad, but I also feel like the breakdown could be played with something just shorter dated, like intraday. That's up to you, I guess. I got stopped out of my calls already. I think this week is kind of a wash for me. When do we admit defeat on the short thesis? You can do that whenever you want. Give me a bull case. Aren't you long as fuck like Zom? How about a clown case? I don't care about the clown case. At the moment, it seems like only some major black swan event could dump the market. Although fundamentals are bearish, so is positioning. And we are there in stagflation and will be de facto when unemployment goes up. Yeah. The whole world buys US equities as a safe haven. The whole world buys US bonds as a safe haven. JPM do something to bring down the market tomorrow while they're closing their collar. They could. I don't see why they would. I don't see why they'd care. I'm shadow banned? No, you're not. I can't stop buying Bobby Help Gurk. Why the fuck? Whatever. Why? Surely our banks are safe and well capitalized too. I mean, most of them are pretty well capitalized. Um, safe is extreme, but the big banks are well capitalized. There's some serious income risk for them if we do have any kind of serious adverse event. Some of them didn't perform well. Most of them didn't perform that well on that part of the stress test. the like structurally significant bank or the GSIBs seem to be okay, right? But the Fed stress test doesn't take some other things into account because that's the purview of other self-regulatory bodies like margin and swap agreements because that's like on the CFTC and FINRA to report. If they don't get the 4400s today, will they try one more time tomorrow? Why not? I mean, as long as they can keep the 4375s in the money, they have support to keep testing that range, right? The problem is future sellers keep shutting them down. Not that they aren't like buying enough calls. I mean, it's lighter than it was, a couple weeks ago, but there's enough calls on the chain. But if future sells off, it crushes their positioning, like what we saw, Monday and Tuesday. I think we also have another Fed speaker at 3. Oh, something I did notice: JPOW seems to have changed his narrative, and I can't remember if this was from the last meeting, but I don't think it was, because if I remember the Fed conference specifically, he said 1 or 2 more rate hikes this year, and now he's saying 2 or more. It's subtle, but it's changed. I think he's trying to push the bond market to price in the second rate hike, which they won't do. They don't even want to price in the one they've priced in, and they've kind of fluctuated on that a little bit already. Are you going to? Have you been closing July 4200 Ps and 4250 Ps? Are they now becoming hopeful bags? I mean, I have like July 14 sold puts at those roughly those same prices. So there's really not a lot of bag there. I can probably carry them till expiration without too much concern. Um there's a little bit of a spread, like loss on it, but it's minimal. I don't know if I'd close those just yet. I'd probably wait till after quarter and then make it like after quarter end and then make it consider like take a roll into consideration. I really don't want to buy like a ton of theta though. This is kind of a lesson I learned in the like when I was betting on the COVID crash. Um, it's much easier to manage the shorter dated position and hedge it than it is to get a bunch of like really long dated positions, minimize leverage, and have to deal with rolling those out or carrying a lot of theta on sold positions. So if I'm selling options to offset my like constant rate of theta decay, then I'd rather do that on a shorter dated position than like buying Jans or something. A little more active management, but it nets off a little better. The 4245 and 4240 doesn't have to do with the Gex chart. I wasn't looking at that. I could take a look at that. Looks like 4400 volume just keeps increasing. Um, so that might be a good sign. 1 second. Let me look at futures real quick here. Yeah, futures is kind of finding the same resistance that it did yesterday and this morning. Here. 380. Hmm. Oh, Dex chart. Yeah, it still kind of looks like the 44.25, 42, 44.50 are largely sold. I mean, if we cross that level, there's definitely sold 44.25s for August, like short calls. It looks like there might be some short calls at 4,400 for August too, but that's a little harder to tell because of our moneyness right now. But IV on those strikes is crushing a little bit. That's kind of you can look at IV on the strike over time, and as it's more heavily sold. I've noticed the 4,400 Ps increasing in OI these past 2 days. I'm not actually sure that they're sold. That'd be kind of nuts though if they're starting to sell puts in the money. Oh, maybe the 4,400 sold option is the put. That'd be fucking crazy. Who's the margin requirements are so high. Why would you do that? I said we're likely to get a recession in 6 weeks. It's not a crash, C-mill. Although it could be. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what kind of effect an announcement of a recession would have. It's good that fundamentals seem to pressure earnings on companies, but what's stopping this from just trading in a 10% range for like 10 years? Well, I mean, eventually earnings are going to contract, right? I mean, like stagflation doesn't mean the market's flat for 10 years. Generally speaking, I mean, stagflation's really bad for equities, right? I feel ignored. I wasn't ignoring you, or maybe I was. How much of a struggle it's been for them to get there? It seems like the most likely scenario is them closing these positions. The risk seems too high to try and maintain prices above that level. And the risk is much higher if they allow prices to fall. Recession, probably bullish. Bull session. Force the MM to hold the 4,400 level for you. Probably cheaper than attempting to do it yourself. Maybe. Although we still haven't broken up above 4,400. This is getting kind of ridiculous. Maybe I should roll my put straddle up. I wasn't awake to close it this morning. It's at 43.75 though. I guess I don't have to worry about it that much. Narrator, the US entered a recession and SPX pumped to 4,600. we're still a very long way away from that. The signal for a recession most likely starts at the unemployment report coming in July. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Uh, another significant jump in unemployment. We may get it, we may not, but we got the first one that I kind of expected. So two concurrent ones would be a big signal, right? Like if we move up above 4% unemployment. Then I mean that kind of pulls away the last bastion of any semblance of a logical bull case, which is that, we can keep doing this because the labor market's strong. Because then the labor market's not so strong, right? And it means that the job openings data that we've leaned on so heavily is kind of a false flag. Which I think it is. I think there's a lot of jobs open for one, like for specific positions, but there's not a lot of job like broad employment open. And I think that's why job openings remain so high, because the demand is very focused on a few professions where it's, extremely hard to find employees. But then the theory is they would close them, otherwise they'd have to keep it there until tomorrow at close, which the 40 the sold calls, I don't think they need to close the sold calls. I mean, they're at like 44.25, 44.50, right? Probably a lot of spreads too when we dropped off the peak that are just open until this expiration. How long are they willing to crush VIX, VXX to keep momentum going? Well, it only works for so long, right? Volatility is mean reverting over time, and it's already started to push back against the constant crush. And even though VIX is a little higher and they're getting a little more money on their sold puts, right? They're getting a little extra premium. Uh, the effect of that leverage is diminished. I mean, I don't think any of you need to be a fucking analyst or a financial engineer to notice what's going on with the sold puts and the zero DTA calls here, right? I just confirmed 4,400 POI increased by 10,283 yesterday, 10,945 today. Jesus fucking Christ. No wonder someone keeps dumping futures at 4,400. What expirations are they hitting? Are they all within like 23 to 30 DTE? 10-year engineer here. Can't get a response for engineering jobs I qualify for. Hmm. It seems like no one is hiring, to be honest, especially if you do not have a lot of valuable hard skills. I think I would think that engineers would have a pretty easy time getting a job right now. If they're not, that's who the fuck are the jobs for, right? Like if no one's getting hired and unemployment's going up, doesn't pending home sales being down in summer present an even more bearish case? Isn't this supposed to be the busy season? Yeah, but new home sales were up yesterday. So I mean, I think the fact that they're like pending home sales are down might be just, they're closing faster, right? Or uh the, buyers are in and out very quickly and there's not a lot of pending orders, like going through the closing process. And it seems like people are just streamlining the closing process as much as possible. I mean, if you look at like the last three like big realtor conferences. There was one in Vegas, one in Orlando, and one in I think it was California, like it wasn't LA, but just north of LA. There were like three big real estate conferences. I watched some of them, like their live streams, and realtors are all kind of pushing customers to streamline the closing process as much as feasibly possible. So they're getting their yeah, Ventura, thank you. They're getting facilitating a cash loan to the buyer. The buyer's going and buying the house at cash above market value at 6% interest. They're not doing any inspections or anything, right? The bank doesn't have to do any of their appropriate diligence because they've just done a cash loan, and then they're working the property into the loan after the fact. Yeah, it's super sketchy. But I mean, if you're a big bank and you're sitting on huge mortgage portfolios full of mortgages that are at 2% interest, 3% interest, and you can push out mortgages at 6, almost 7%, you're gonna fucking lend to everybody regardless of the conditions, especially if you have a lot of duration risk locked up in your mark-to-market securities, right? I mean, we're not even 90 days out from banks failing yet. Heads up, looks like Biden's speaking at 12:30. Oh, okay. Thank you, Rich. Is it on the economy or is it something else? Because he already did his big Bidenomics thing yesterday. I DM'd you today's. Thank you. So June 21, December 15. Or December 15, 2023. December 20, 2024. Hmm. So did you see the July 28 ones? I think those might be sold short. The zero DTEs maybe. September's, I don't know, but that's a big chunk. And those came in today? Just from this morning before market open? Hmm. Was it J-Pow speaking at 12:30? Biden on affirmative action. Oh, did the Supreme Court overrule it? Jesus fucking Christ. With what you're seeing on the options chain, is a chance for 4,400 test today dwindling? I I don't think so. I think it's even more important that they test 4,400 today. Although it would appear that there's theta. It's too hard to tell if they're sold because they're at the money. This is a classic case of one fund recognizing another's position and fucking them on it. I mean, yesterday kind of seemed like it was. I don't know if that's going to happen again today. It could. Realtors are now recommending earnest deposits to the buyer from the seller to be a far larger percentage of the sale price too than when I bought a house the last time. Yeah, that's been a pretty common trend as well. Because houses are moving so fast, they want to guarantee that the sale's going to go through. So, they pressure with a higher deposit. Just in university admissions, not for employment. You run down to the Tiffany store in Manhattan to check if it's actually on fire, like the news is reporting. No? Would you mind taking a look at snow? It's been falling pretty consistently. I'm thinking of rolling my puts to capture more downside. Yeah, give me 1 second. There's a little resistance here at this test, but not a lot. Um, I would say that like a move to 70, 170 isn't out of the question here. If you roll forward, maybe don't like roll forward all your leverage, right? Obviously, like after the fail, you want to be a little bit more careful, especially if it starts to like flatline or find support, because there's kind of a broad range for it to find support here on the downside between like 78 and 75. So the risk you're taking is it bouncing in that range. If it doesn't and it falls through, then you're probably in pretty good shape. But take that into consideration. I thought they were partnering with NVIDIA to make AI things. Has Jensen not said anything in a while? He might not have said AI enough recently. Oh, and the U.S. like Department of Commerce is closing all the loopholes that NVIDIA has been using to continue selling chips to the Chinese, even though they're banned. Tesla topped out on this most recent push back. Yeah, I mean we got the 260 test today. I actually picked up a few puts at close yesterday. I said yesterday if it closed below 256, I was gonna grab a couple puts. Still risky in this range, right? Breakdowns below 250 are really where your confirmation is. So yeah, there's some risk it can retest 260 again. But if you got puts at 260, that's not a bad spot. Make sure you have a little theta because it's choppy. And Friday on Tesla is not a great day to buy puts on it. Half of Wall Street bets buys calls, right? Like out of the money calls on Fridays. It's been like that for like 3 years. I'm thinking about picking up a 43.95p on a test of 4400. Do you think we'll push higher than 4400 today? There's interest up to 4410. It's significantly lower than the interest at the 4400 strike, but there is some. So I don't think like a test, if we're able to test 4400 at all, which this is continuing to look like it's going to fail. But if we do get the test, I don't see why it couldn't push up a little higher. Bear put spreads, you're selling a 415, buying a 435. I mean, it reduces your cost of exposure. Option debit spreads are like options coupons. I don't dislike the range that you're targeting. That 350 to 4150 range on SPX is mostly where my positions target. I'm not quite so low on the downside, but I don't think I would be able to buy 4,400 Ps out of the money, but it looks like I may get this chance. Maybe. I think I'm going to close my calls here. Yeah. Little pump. Don't do it. We're going to the moon. But I really want to close him. What if we don't go to the moon and we live on the back of a flat turtle? And the sky's just a dome. Did you consider that when you did your DD? I'm going to put a trail stop on them. If it keeps going up, I'll follow, but Fubo's trying to wreck my $150 $2 covered calls. I mean, if you sold the 150s when it was above 230, what do you care? And then if you held $2 all the way down to 175, why? Stop beating him over the head. He's already special. He's got sticky fingers. It's not like diamond hands. It's just... I got them at 215, so I'm break even. I'm probably going to buy back and see. Okay. You made it sound worse. You used the word rack. Do you think SPY will hit 440 as well? I don't fucking know what SPY is trading at. 438? Probably not. Now I want to buy a put. Or sell a spread. Hmm. bum, bum. Hmm. Sorry, one sec. All right. This is my third roll, so I'm used to getting wrecked, but not this time. All right. Can we name the turtle Sheldon? What are you talking about? Oh, God damn it. Hmm. Yeah, gamma neutrals 43, 52, 43. Um, I, not puts, but I kind of want to sell some spreads. Maybe I want to buy some puts. I don't know. That I'm waiting on. I'm not in a rush to pick up puts right now. There's still like a little more room for this to move up. I would sell higher than 4,400. I'm thinking like 40, 44, 25, 50 for tomorrow. Although with PCE, maybe that's just too risky. I guess I could always roll it out. It's like 14% return on risk. About. Yeah, JPM rolls tomorrow. It's also end of quarter. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just do like 15, 20 for today. That's 37% return on risk. Or wait, no, it's not. That's 5%. 1015. 1015 is 9.9. $43.90. Can't catch a bid. Yeah, NQ's floundering a little bit. I'm way behind on stream, but on the jobs front, a ton of job openings are just companies collecting resumes for when, if they do want to hire, and even engineers are no longer needed. More layoffs than openings, and new offers are down from a comp percent around 20%. The only new high paying role is prompt engineers, but it's only because it's designed to remove other roles at companies. I work with most of the F1000. Okay, thank you, Gary. I appreciate that. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of indicated in the underlying unemployment data, right? Is that we're seeing a greater rate of layoffs than we are seeing, new job openings reduced, right? We're seeing, over time, we're seeing increased unemployment. And a lot of the people that are getting laid off are still, on covered by severance, right? So, it's that is even lagging. If most of the layoffs are occurring in like quarter one of this year, quarter one, beginning of quarter two this year, there's still a lot of lag from severance that we have yet to see on the reported unemployment, right? But there are other signs, like part-time unemployment is increasing, um, which is interesting. We're seeing unemployment increase in the sector where it very unfortunately increases first, and that's in minority employment. Minority unemployment is way up above the average rate of unemployment increasing. I don't know. I'm not a fucking engineer. Meta gonna sell 60-year bonds to cover severance? God, I hate Facebook. I think increased daily traffic around my work is due to people being recalled into the office ahead of layoffs. Fidelity, Amica, Citizens Bank all have large offices around my work locale. Interesting. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, their net income isn't great, right? So like net interest income hasn't been great. That's why they're so happily loaning to people right now. Um, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the banking sector saw a pretty substantial round of layoffs. When QQQQ downs, NQ's kind of chopping around 15-1. Looks like it slipped a little earlier today, but it's holding for now. I I mean, I still think this whole trend might ultimately fail. Very slowly though. It could be another like half an hour of trading here before we see any substantial move. They are gonna roll the collar up. That's how the collar works. You think potential chop here 30 minutes before dropping? 30 minutes before we even know if it's going to drop. It's very, very flat right now, and volume's really low. Job-wise, I'm happy to be where I am right now. We recently renovated and our foot traffic has doubled. Thankfully, it feels very secure at the moment. It really, I mean, the industry you're in, I don't think is largely affected by the broader economy, right? It's more just part of the, like, a part of the municipal budget that's rarely cut. Regarding SPX 5000C 5000P, are those synthetic shorts? Could be. I, I don't know what you're referencing, but maybe Biden's on. He's not really speaking on the economy, right? It's about the Supreme Court decision. So no, I don't see how that translates here. For anyone in here that doesn't know, the JPM collar is highly publicized and well known. You can read about exactly how it works in detail, and it follows a very consistent set of rules. Yeah, I've been saying that for like 6 months now, and at least the last 3 quarters, and no one's bothered to just look at the white paper on it. Is my industry safe? I work at Steelcase, and all this news about office space collapsing is just a prank, right? No. No bias here. Totally safe. Super safe. How's that chair working out for you? Well, I mean, you guys can always just charge more money for ergonomic seating, right? If people are working from home. And then employers will likely pay for it in order to avoid workman's comp claims. So I feel like there's always some safety there in your industry. Maybe no like conference or waiting room chairs, so there might be a drop in total volume, but I've held on to my calls so far and they're in the money. That little bit of theta helped. I think I'm getting better. I just wanted to share. I love you, bud. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Does the positioning of the collar within the allowable range tell us anything about what JPM thinks the market will do this quarter? Um, maybe if the collar like contracts and they don't roll it like the full 5%. They do have some flexibility, so yeah. I mean, it could be indicative of um, expectation for like slower growth in quarter three, which is I think largely already expected. So I wouldn't be surprised if they roll it a little tighter. Maybe they'll do like 3.5% from spot. But if they do that, that puts the put positioning a lot closer to the money, right? Civil engineers have been hiring nonstop with all the new infrastructure money put into the agencies. Okay. I don't know specifically what kind of engineering he was referring to. I think maybe broadly. Where do I sign up for my Bean Stand franchisee license? DM. Just DM me. I'll get you the franchise paperwork. I don't really need to look at this. At this. QQQ is really not having that great of a day here. Dollars up. Holy shit, yields are skyrocketing. US 30s almost at 4%. 20s at 4.12. Why did nobody say anything about this? 4.8 on the 2-year, fucking 5 years at 4.46 or 4.14, sorry. Up 4.46. What mean? I mean 4.8 on the 2-year is pretty fucking attractive. 20-year above 4? Yeah, not as big of a deal as the 30 above 4. We did. You were offline. Huh. Let me look at some things. Right, increasing inflation expectations? I mean, it could mean that the bond market's finally going to price in multiple hikes, but I think it might be still too early to determine. But if people are marking to market longer dated securities, I mean, it usually means they think that there's going to be more interest rate hikes or that inflation's going to move higher, right? We've had a lot of really wild yield days over the last couple weeks. Maybe they're moving into. I know we have some auctions today, right? Or had. They should be over. What did the 8 and 4 week come in at? 5.19, 5.05, 5.08, 5.19. So a little up. Hmm. Yeah, higher yields on longer term bonds is generally bearish for equities. So it's I mean, it seems to be affecting NQ a bit today. I guess that's where, cost of finance is most important, but I'm surprised it's not affecting ES a little bit more. I think AJ asked, so it's starting to look a little more confirmed on the breakdown side, but not much. It's still pretty flat and low volume, but maybe a little higher confidence now. I DM'd your Discord alt account. I don't have a Discord alt account. That person you're friends with isn't me. Tesla doesn't really seem to break over 260. Yeah, that's why I wanted to buy puts there, because it's a pretty hard resistance and there's a lot of in the money puts at that strike. Would 30-year bonds be attractive for pension funds? I mean, yeah. If the 2-year goes above 5%, we might start the correction finally. I mean, if the 2-year goes above 5% again, I'm buying some of it. I DM'd your alt DDS Discord account. Me looking at oil, inflation is gonna move higher. When OPEC's having their meeting on cuts right now, right? They're still in they're still trying to figure out where they can store all the oil they're not selling. You really want to blow the top off the oil market, have OPEC announce that they're gonna not, instead of cuts, that they're actually gonna reduce production. How does that make you feel sexually, Lawrence? I was looking at SKX going back to the market high in 21, and I've noticed that after Friday end of month, there's typically a 1 to 2% move the next 2 days. Have you noticed this trends too? Effects of the JPM rule, and partially it's also quarterly settlement for hedge funds, right? So high prices going into the quarterly settlements advantageous for their bonuses. Everyone wants the market up the last couple days of the quarter usually. And we know that like asset managers are like net long right now. So I would say that it's advantageous for the SPX to be up into tomorrow, or to at least stay in this range, and then they can sell shit right afterwards. So yeah, there's usually a bit of a sell off after the quarter ends. Summer especially because everyone's gonna go on vacation. So like that's literally on the table right now. Also, that gives me a raging clue. I mean, it could be right. Saudi Arabia, if they reduce, if they actually reduce production capacity. Ooh. I did it again. No, I think this can still chop more. But if it loses 43.90, maybe not. Hold on. I need to look at something. How's our downside support? Put interest is picking up. 90, 85, 80. Okay. Under 43.90 is really not great for the call side here. I think the market just noticed bond yields also. The market listens to the stream. Seems like someone's finally on our side. I wouldn't make that broad of an assumption, but interesting. This definitely looks futures driven again. Increased sell volume on the rejection. So maybe back to like futures back to like 44.18. Puts us around 43.80 roughly. 40, maybe back to 43.80, 43.75. Still, I think it's still a long way off. I still think either we're gonna drop for a while, or we've still got some chop in us before dropping further. No second test of 4,400. Not yet. If it's gonna turn around, I'll let you know. But right now, I would say this continues to look kind of bearish. And under 43.90, the call support really breaks down. So if we're gonna see a bunch of 0 DT calls get stopped out again, we could get more momentum on this like we did yesterday. Did that 43.98 count as a 4,400 test? No. So if Ed opened a condor at open, could I close my put side of it and let the call side ride? Yeah, you can partially close condors. We're looking for more ES or NQ sell volume here at the 4430. So I guess, I mean, on ES, we're looking for 4430 to break down. On NQ, we're kind of looking for like 1575 to break down. What's it called when I buy both SQQQ and TQQQ to hedge each other? Stupid. Do chances decrease tomorrow? Support at 4375 does. Right? Those options expire Friday, largely. When steel inventories diminish, how much does the cost for you to be reshod go up? Okay, we just slipped 4330 on ES. Moving to test 4425 now. Volume's picking up. Ooh. Mamma mia, here we go again. Guys, I sold my calls at the top. Woo! Might JPM roll today? If they want to surprise everyone. They'll likely protect their 4375 position though, right? You'd expect them to. Yeah. I think the better question is, can they? You gotta factor in that delta decay there at that strike, right? Like that's not, that's not even the support it was yesterday, and it was weak yesterday. Any theories on why it took so long to get to 4400? Diminishing returns, Tom? They're selling puts closer and closer to the money on a lower and progressively lower and lower VIX. So, the profitability on the premium side is diminishing. Meanwhile, calls are skewed and more expensive. Slightly. The market is so illiquid. You selling calls at the top caused a crash. It wasn't that. It was only like 30 contracts. I highly doubt that. The fucking OI at 4400 is ridiculous. Prior message. Thought was thinking of picking a 1 week to expiry $25 strangle end of day tomorrow with a 30% max risk stop. Profit on lower end, roughly 50%. Profit on the higher end of 150%. Did I see your prior message, Jake? Hold on. Maybe? The PFP is very similar to someone else's. Okay. So you want to strangle here at like 43.90? I don't think that's bad. So eventually when calls bought, puts sold aren't worth it, it should drop. Yeah. Ideally it drops into their big pile of sold puts that they are doing everything in their power to protect. Yes, no, 4400C, 200K volume, end of day. I mean, maybe. I think how the continuation of this downside is probably pretty important for determining um, if we're going to retest 4400 today or not. Why not close the sold puts here? Oh, if you start closing them, you create a gamma slide. We're not high enough for them to close them. They need to get the spread between their sold puts and their bought calls much wider before they can start actually closing. If they start closing sold puts at like 4400, 4380, 4375, 4350, we're going to go to like 4000. We're gonna fucking just slide all the way down, right? So they need to create spread, right? I mean, I think you have a pretty good idea of how it's contracting here, right? Uh, um, they need that to expand so they can close this and only drop this back, to mean. Right now, if they close the call side, or the put side. It's a tricky situation. Was that why Dork said 4,000? I said 4,000 over and over again in the Discord this morning. I have no idea. Well, if they buy too many puts, right, the market starts working against them too. I mean, I guess their best bet would be to like try to take advantage of like the convexity on shorter dated puts, right? Pile into like 1, 2 DTE puts and then rip off all the band-aids. But that means they have to give up on the position they've been building for 2 months in its entirety, right? Like they've got to just let it all go. It would be long side capitulation across the board. That kind of shit can turn into like a flash crash. Like the stream, everyone, if you can, even though he overslept. Thanks, Chad. I love flash crashes. Yeah, you say that until your broker doesn't work during it. Looks like ES found a little bit of support at 44.25 here. Not a lot. Okay, so now we should get like a little bounce back. I don't know if it's going to be very significant. But yeah, it looks like we're going to drag here at like 43.90 a little longer unless some more selling comes in on the future side. Do we have a gap today? Not really. The market is horned up and scared. My favorite market. I'm not gonna lie, me too. Well, the options positioning is kind of bullish. But then, like, future sellers can just crush that because the options positioning is all short dated. It doesn't have any, like, strength to maintain momentum. What caused the sell off over the last 30 minutes? ES got hit a little bit at resistance. So did NQ. Both of them got kind of tapped pretty hard. Have you seen futures lower than SPX? That can't really happen, right? It shouldn't. It can, but it shouldn't. Maybe like on a big move near the roll when the spread's really tight. I mean, any arbitrage there is going to be resolved like instantaneously. So if it did happen, it would be very short. Is Schwab the new Dole? I'd rather BTU be that though. Schwab's been doing pretty well since I bought in last week. Yeah, I still think the banking sector is gonna see, you know, some things, but right now it's doing very well. I'm up about 8% on it. Seven, 9, 8. It's always the ones that I want to enter slowly over a long period of time that rip. When a future sell-off occurs and options positions stay in place, doesn't that imply that we'll try and pump again to rescue those options since they didn't cut their losses? Well, generally the positions weaken, right? But yes, the positions weaken because stops get hit. So, you know, you get a breakdown in the long positioning when that happens. But, you know, if the majority of that positioning stays on the chain, it's likely to go back up again. Yesterday was a good example of what happens when the majority of the positioning breaks down on the drop, right? Like the drop yesterday from the peak was so big that it just blew through all the stops, crushed the long positioning, that like the 0DT long positioning that was at the top of the chain, and then, you know, we got a continuation to the downside. Even here, you know, so much of the positioning may have broken down that, you know, even off of the put profit taking, there's not enough to drive it back up. If futures is less than SPX, that's backwardation. Yeah, if the forward curve is below spot, that would be backwardation. Is oil in contango with itself, or is it more of a salsa? So failure to regain 43.95 here is pretty rough. Yeah, I kind of think this still sees a continuation down. Might be a little while longer. Maybe. Uh, too soon to say. Maybe not. 1 second. There's no volume on this bounce. One sec. Let me look at positioning here. Put volume is still ticking up. 85, 80. It looks like, yeah, it looks like some puts are coming in. It's the, hold on. How far out are your Tesla 250s? July? July 21st. They're not very far out. If it stops chopping around this range and starts to confirm a trend down, I'll probably pick up like 240s for August. But I'm not entering that yet. Hold on. Jesus Christ, they haven't sold anything off at 43.75. Well, I guess they're in the money now, but that's so fucking risky. Did Fuba have any news recently? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I guess they had some like like MLB thing with the Mariners, maybe? I don't remember which team it was. Well, because it's very close to the money and they're not taking any profits on the position at all, right? So if one big sell off here and they could go out of the money again quickly, right? Bond yields up seem like funds for end of quarter RRP deposit. Maybe. And we can keep an eye on our on RRP over the end of the quarter, like through settlement. So next Wednesday, right after the holiday. They'll just sell puts at the money and pump it back again. Problem solved. Well, if Randall's right, they might be selling them in the money. It's kind of hard to tell right now, but if we move away from the 4,400 range, I might have a better idea. Are the 80-85s sold? On the put side? I don't think so. I mean, look, I'm looking at the time and sales here, and there's not a shitload of orders, but it looks like they're like mostly mid to ask. It's not. It's like the interest isn't picking up substantially or anything. I'm gonna sell a SPX share for 3,600 and crash the market. Remember me and Valhalla? There's. You mean you're gonna sell one of every stock in the SPX? This feels like they're the only entity still in the market. So okay, so that could be one effect we're seeing after we saw the peak at 40, like 44, 48, right? Is that there are fewer participants involved in the trade, hence why some of the leverage is so significantly reduced. The reduction in leverage fits with our thesis, right? But how it happens is maybe kind of irrelevant. But yeah, I mean it's a possibility that there's reduced interest in the same trade. Like a trade like that can go very quickly from massively overcrowded to almost no interest at all, right? I don't know. I'm on hold with IBKR. I bought a couple calls during the run up, sold near the top, made 10%, $30 total. Feels good to make money. Nice, BOFH. Congrats, man. I was able to close all my long-term puts at open this morning, then bought them back 11% cheaper. Woo, well done. I bought more puts today with the profits of my call hedge. I'm over leveraged and I like it. Okay, just remember, guys, that if you're doing that, if you're rolling forward profits into more put positions, to don't over leverage yourselves. The hedge is there to offset losses, but if you then take the profit from the hedge and use it to increase your losing position, you're just increasing the leverage on your loss. Are the 4375C part of JPM's roll strategy? Possibly. I don't think so. It's not funny. Maybe I would have listened if you would have been awake. Wow, really? No, you wouldn't have. I gained $700 paper trading, switched to actual trading, lost $200. Woo. Maybe wait until you're consistently gaining money paper trading before switching to actual trading. Don't worry, there's plenty of time to lose money. You don't have to rush it. I bought 1DTs at the bottom, sold at the top, but 1DT puts at the top. I haven't made enough profit yet. Really? I bought 1DT puts at the top. They're not up a lot, but they're up. What strike did you get? I got 43.90 is the average cost of 330. Okay, so how many losses can you write off again? Is JPM allowed to trick the market and make a short color? It's not gonna happen. I don't know if I'd short BTC right now. The speculation's pretty high. Everyone's really excited about like spot ETFs. Even though they're probably not going to get approved, right? Not enough. SPY 436. Oh, okay. So you're just still a bit out of the money. Fidelity and BlackRock. Yeah, I know they both did. They had to push all the crypto firms out before handing the keys to the existing top players. Maybe. Don't underestimate the US's desire to protect the sovereignty of its currency. Ooh. Okay. Maybe now. Maybe now this little fucking recovery starts to break down. I like this. This is starting to look a bit better, finally. I just wanted to break 43.90 and rock it back to 43.75 again. So yesterday you said something about averaging down your losing positions not being the first choice. That's been my first choice for 2 years. So now what? I mean, and how's that been working out? I'm out of Joby. I made 14K on it. I could have made 60 if I played differently. Oh well. Plan on re-entering calls once you tell me which to get. Haha, wink. I still have no interest in that stock. Nvidia is red and SPX is green. How is this possible? Arbitrage between the two primary indexes, the Nvidia 500 and the S&P 500. This is looking a bit head and shouldery, don't you think? Yeah, a bit. I mean, like a shitty head and shoulders, but sure. Futures, it looks a little bit more like one. I don't look at my trading P&L because it scares me, like looking under the bed at night. How the actual fuck is SPX still flirting with 4,400? It is. The secret is never average down on losing plays, only on winning plays. People hate doing that. I don't know why, but they do. There's something about retail investors. They really don't like buying in the money options ever. I don't know if that's like a cost thing or like a bias. Like they don't feel like they're getting a good deal. Yeah, averaging up. Averaging up is awesome because you're just following the trend, right? Like add leverage there instead of always trying to double down. Like if you're already winning, scale back your profitability on the total position and add more leverage, right? Intrinsic values, my homie. That's because you have all that sweet dole margin. Like buying GME at 480. Okay, I never said that was a good idea. For 80 is a discount. Okay, so what you are me, and you average up your call hedge, get stopped out, and use all that capital and then some to average down your losing puts. Nope, I still don't think you're grasping this, popcorn trader. I'll draw you a picture later. I know you have a better time understanding this. Well, the whole point of investing is to get 100x gain, so you can post a screenshot of it on Wall Street Bets and get those internet points that really matter. Oh, Jesus Christ. You know, the only thing I hate more than that is people posting percentage gains. People are like, look at my options. I'm up. I'm killing it, bitches. And it's just like, it's like a 30% gain on some out of the fucking money contract that costs like 5 cents. And, you know, they're leveraged up like $30 on it. I despise that shit. It's always scalpers because they don't want to admit they don't have the balls to post, you know, the actual interest they have on the position. It's never like 5,000 contracts of some shit 5 cent option. Well, that explains a fair amount of the bans in here. Yeah. There were people in the 510 gang going into March 2020, like 2022, that had like they had like 3,000 510s. Those people didn't come back after they sold. Do you roll the losing leg of your overnight straddle into the next overnight straddle? Sometimes, if I can, yeah. That happens. Sometimes you just end up closing at like kind of the same price again. God, there's so much fucking chop here. What's the downside on this? It's like 62.96% chance of moving down. That's pretty good. But by when? In the next 53 minutes? All right. It's not great. It's not great odds. How do you know the odds? I just make them up. I prefer yes, no. Did you know that JFresh doesn't understand stats? No. Ooh. JFresh. Did you know the popcorn trader can't find anyone to weld for him because he smells? Is this like a engineer off? You guys should both design a bridge and I'll test it on top of a bucket. It has to be able to support the full weight of my body. Your construction material sewing thread soaked in super glue. I'm interested if we can only use uncooked spaghetti and tape. Okay, that works too. That actually sounds better. I can build a bridge that can support options as a strategic investor. You can't just break the laws of physics, Thunder 86. That book has more mass than a small sun, like a brown dwarf. If you put it in the center of your room, all your furniture will move towards it over time. I actually had to build something like that at Georgia Tech. It'll be good to get the practice in then. I'm an engineer. I ignore physics all the time. Gotta use carbon nanotubes. I'm not gonna stand on a bridge made out of carbon nanotubes. I'm sorry. It's not happening. I also wouldn't get in a submarine made out of carbon fiber. I'm not that rich yet. I can't roll the dice like that. I tried to roll my 4410C down to sold 4400C. Broker sold the 4400, but it didn't close the 4410. Good job, broker. Just opened up unlimited risk for a few minutes. Are you okay? Go on, close it off. It's not like anything's happening here. You're lucky the market didn't move up 500 BPS in one candle. The book cost me $50, but Amazon charged me $2,000 for white glove delivery service. Did you have it assembled for you? I feel like you can do the assembly yourself. You just need a pallet jack. I had a 5th grade class make toothpick bridges and put books on them after the project was done. I crushed every 5th grader's bridge at the end with options as a strategic investment. Can you spot weld spaghetti? I I guess. Not if it's dried. Are you still holding AMD puts for next week? I bought a couple more. I closed ones I had, and then I bought a couple more. Like I bought a couple more today around like I don't know, like noon. Right after I started the stream up. I got 110 for next Friday. Why do I feel like we're about to rip? I don't know. I kind of feel like we're about to do more nothing. I don't think we're gonna rip just now. But the fact that we haven't broken for 40 below 43.90 here is not particularly bearish. Girk, my Pan Am bonds are up. Found out that YouTube blocks Peener. I feel like we're about to dump according to the head and shoulders I drew with crayons. Okay. There's a little bit of a head and shoulders on ES. I don't really think there's one on SPX, but ES kind of has one. It's it's weak and head and shoulders are less reliable on indexes. So like on a single equity, head and shoulders have like an 80 varies, but like 78 to 83% chance to break down. On indexes, it's more like 72 to like 76%. And if they break up, it's super fucking bullish. Hmm. What do you think's most likely if we don't break the channel by 2 p.m.? Um, I think the biggest problem here is there's no volume on any of the contracts. Um, like no one's buying more calls here really, and no one's buying more puts. Did you look at the bank stress test results? Yeah, last night. JP Morgan loan exposure not looking too hot. Well, they picked up FRC's bags, right? Although I'm not sure when the stress test was conducted. What a boring half hour in the US financial markets. I don't know. I'm kind of excited. I like these like high potential sideways moves. You can make a lot of money on them. How is your account still not transferred to margin? I don't know, check. I don't think it is. Still says it's restricted. I think it's because I left positions open when I did it. I should have just closed everything. But I'm not sure. They're not really very responsive. I don't know if you've tried to get in touch with WeBull customer service before, but they kind of don't care. How many puts are you buying? I was actually thinking about strangling this. I already have like 4390p, but I was thinking about maybe getting a 4395 call. A few of those. Can you say theta salesman in a Mike Tyson accent? No. There's plenty of things to make fun of Mike Tyson for without making fun of his speech impediment. Are you actually broke? It's okay. You can tell us. If I was, the merch shop would be open. And all of a sudden, I'd have a whole lot more ways for people to turn a $5,000 account into a $25,000 account. You'd be able to find out all about it in my course. But no, I'm not there. Including yourself, which would be fun. Don't worry, if I blow up my port, I'll let everyone know. Why did I swap all my GME for even more upstart when they were inversed? I don't know. I love the job at all the other YouTubers that do all of those things and probably don't have 10% of the port you do. Well, they don't like do this, right? That's what I've garnered from like YouTube finance is that they simply are good at making videos and good at like pinging the algorithm. But yeah, they're just like they're not. None of them are like trading or doing this, right? None of them are like losing money live. That's how you know it's fake. How dare you talk about Trey like that? Like everyone here has seen me make 20 grand in a day. You've seen me lose 20 grand in a day. Would a SoFi straddle make sense with the student loan decision tomorrow? Could. Ooh. I'm glad I didn't buy that straddle. 62 points. What was it? 62.96. We did it, guys. It wasn't 6.9. It was 9.6. That's almost 63%. Call capitulation? Might be like a second too early to tell. A little bit. A little bit more put volume. Some of the 4400s look like they sold off. Or stopped out. Probably more likely stopped out. But now we can get a continuation. We just massively dumped to prices not seen since 130. I have 4390 puts that expire today, though. That's a big deal, okay? Don't trivialize it. Don't act like the fucking spreads you were selling at 4400, 4450 aren't happy. Can you tell the plunge protection team they should go on break? I need to get back on the winning side of trades. Should I recharge my crystals or average down my puts? It's up to you. Can you do both simultaneously? Is NVIDIA gonna finally die? I mean, I hope so. I, I I do keep buying puts on it. Well, that's a terrifying spread. I mean, it's not that terrifying. I'm curious, how big is your Fubo position, and do you have any leaps? I do. I have some synthetic logs at $2. I have leaps. I'm not even actually sure how many shares. I have to add it up because I have them in a couple different accounts. I think my position's a little smaller than Atomic's on the share side, and I probably have more options leverage than him. Some of those 2025 $7 calls are mine. Like 50 of them. I'm happy I levered to the tits on 4405, 4410. I fucking knew you did that. I was thinking about selling them, and I was like, JFresh is definitely gonna sell these. It was good. It was a 10% on risk, or did you get a better price? Did we just gap down? Holy fuck. We just did a big gap down. His 43.90 puts are doing quite well. They're up like 200%. Collar roll? Probably not. Bidenomics. If Bidenomics was real, the market would crash. Taxing the rich? We don't fucking do that in this country. Jobs for people? Sustainable cost of living? Get the fuck out of here. Next thing you know, dental insurance will be considered part of health. Is the market trickling down? Yeah, after they convince retail buyers to buy the top. Big gap down, 12 cents. I don't know, on TradingView it's like it's like $1, a little over $1. What's it on WeBull? WeBull's usually got better exchange data. It's like 40 cents on here. TDA is about 35. It didn't fill either, which might be more important than the size of it. We just plummeted to prices not seen this morning, since this morning. That's fine, right? As long as there's no calls here to support it. VIX moved up too. I should have just full ported 43.90s. $63% is better than any blackjack table. Gork, I tried to set a stop and I accidentally did a market sell. Congratulations. You took profits. I got scared of the chop and stopped out 2 candles before the drop. Fair enough. On the lower high? That happens. There'll always be another one. Hashtag locked in profits. You're a professional now. Well, once your port's back at break even, you will be. Stops are the worst thing ever on XSP. Yeah, they're awful. Does this have much more range down? I mean, there's a shitload of calls at 43.75 still. But they expire tomorrow. I'm not sure it's gonna create a floor for them. But I guess they could always buy more. I think what's more interesting here is that VIX is moving up. Like in line with this drop. Maybe this is like some short put capitulation. I think above 14 presents a pretty significant amount of risk. Contract in front is at 15,330. Hmm. There's still some more room to break down here if we fail to bounce. (64.29% of a continuation). What do you think the outer bounds of playing zero DT should be generally? 1 to 2 strikes from spot? I mean, yeah, you could do that. Sometimes it's advantageous to buy further away, but much less safe, right? You start to remove your ability to set stops at all the further out of the money you buy. That doesn't mean that those options can't make money. You know, some days have a lot of range, and you can realize like huge profits, right? No, I was just setting stops. Clicking down the market. You mentioned 43.75 positioning is still strong. It's still very much there, yeah. Would 4,400 fall off, or just a few stop losses triggering? Some zero DTE 4,400s fell off, but not the 721 positioning. Of all the reasons I'm here on the stream, safety is not one of them. If you want consistent profitability, it's better to trade zero DTEs at the money. I sold my 43.85, 43.90 bear spread this morning at open. Immediately opened 43.85, 43.90 bull put spread, closed at the top, opened another 43.85, 43.90 bear spread. Did you close the bear spread when we hit 43.80 just now, or are you gonna leave it open into the end of the day? Because that's kind of risky. Blackberry? I'm not interested in it. Yeah, I heard that they had slightly more better earnings. Finally starting to make money off of their software, or the software side of their business. It's taken long enough. I kind of want to buy another put here. Well, I got stopped out of the 43.90s. Just under 3x on them. I got some put profit taking. Here at the end, I think some put profit taking. VIX staying somewhat stable. Yeah, we'll see if I mean, accumulates more here. I think there's still a little time before it drops again, if it's gonna drop again. It says the likely like the inference here is that there's a increased like a higher likelihood that we have a continuation to a lower low. Um, but I don't necessarily trust that. I joked about selling 43 ADPs, but it was the play. JPass speaking unexpectedly in 30 minutes. Just saw this alert on another Discord. Can you confirm? Um, Mm, let's see. Not seeing anything. Tuesday, June 27th. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Maybe. I don't maybe they confused his 2 a.m. talk in Spain with 2:30 p.m. Oh, maybe. Bostic speaks at 3, but not from the ECB conference. It's like the middle of the night there, right? Don't be silly. It's October in Spain. They're in Portugal. Do you know how to configure VWAP settings on TOS? No, I don't use Thinkorswim. JPOC gonna bless us with a surprise rate hike? No, I don't think so. Tomato, Iberia, tomato. For my bias, we end at 43.85. That's possible. I think 40, I mean, to the downside, ending right around 43.75 is probably more likely. Going for 43.90. Test it? Yeah, I think so. But like I said, this looks like it's gonna break down on the bounce. Maybe we see VIX crush a lot harder. That might be like an indication.
but it seems to have kind of flatlined here at 1470, at least over the last couple of candles. Let me look at futures real quick. Yes. So retesting 4425 from the downside. 1575 on NQ. Both of these bounces look pretty low volume still. The volume on both NQ and ES appears to be largely on the sell side. And actually, NQ is struggling with its resistance a lot more than the S&P is. The S&P is at 44.2650. It's just a hair above resistance. NQ's trading about $3 below resistance and kind of failing. It did test 1575, but it's not holding the level. Wouldn't it be glorious if someone squeezed out the put sellers? Listen, with our data, if we know about it, they do too. Like, the data we have is pretty good for retail, but on an institutional level, it's... A JPM board member died on Sunday? Guess which sub I learned it on? Superstock? Do you get the sense that many other voting Fed members have an agenda opposed to JPOW, and thus JPOW can't be as hawkish as he'd like to be? Maybe. I mean, he still controls sentiment, though. I feel like he's less hawkish than some of the other board members, right? You know, other board members calling for recession, calling for multiple rate hikes, right? I mean, I think JPOW kind of leans dovish anyway. He keeps. I mean, you're talking about the guy who still thinks that like he's going to create a soft landing after pumping the system full of money to the breaking point. There was a JPOW speech at 2:30 a.m. last night, which was, kind of interesting. Actually, I was more interested in what the like Basel III chair had to say than what JPOW said. I mean, JPOW kind of just reiterated his same thing over and over again. There's a really interesting difference between like European banking heads and American ones. Like they're not as politicized. You got like JPOW on one side, like our banks are strong and resilient and well capitalized, and then you have like the ECB guy on the other side looking at the same international banks, and he's like, "Yeah, so we expect banks to sustain heavy securities losses over the next few months." I see we make the bank test parameters a reality and see if they're still lending money after a 25% market drop. I mean, they have to. They have to keep lending money. It's How much would it cost to get buy sell data for SPX? Like level 3 data? You're not going to. Hundreds of thousands of dollars plus, probably millions in infrastructure to support it. I'll donate $1. Couple large deep in the money puts trading on GME. Couple million in premium. Really? We haven't seen that in a while. Interesting. Actual shorts again? Stop. You're going to make me sell more covered calls. Well, here we go. Let's see what our 64.86% chance gets us. But you need it in real time. That's the problem, is the speed. Not that, like, I mean, you could probably build out like a fairly inexpensive server stack to manage the data, right? But it's the speed at which you acquire the data that matters. That's why these guys spend billions of dollars on fiber lines. It's not because they don't pay for themselves. Yeah, then you got to do stuff with the data. You mean I just can't up my Metamucil intake? Nah. I'm not seeing anything, really? Maybe in 15. Thanks for your input, Hestia. Take this thing down to 4,300. That'd be awesome. I want some zero DTE puts here. We're going to 4,400. You fucker. Ooh, NQ slipped a little bit further. Just under 1570 now. Interesting. NQ down, SPX up. What the fuck is happening? ES still flat. That's odd. Oh, I don't trust that shit. Is that a stop hunt? Can confirm stopped. Hmm. I don't have stops, so I don't know what y'all are complaining about. Did you talk about the morning data when you came on? Yeah. Like GDP and everything. The unemployment we got today is just the weekly and the 4-week average. It's not like the actual labor data. I think that comes next week. I'm confused why so much excitement for picking up the downside here. Can you explain? They still have to save the 4,400 calls. But what if they can't? What if they can't and they lose their support at 43.75? It's very intriguing. This is the 8th day they failed to get their 4,400 calls in the money so far. Right? I've been brainwashed into believing these funds get whatever they want. So you're saying there's a 62.5 chance my 0 DTE 4365Ps are going to print? No, there's a 64% chance that 4385s would print. No, I don't think Plote has anything to do with the price action. I just bought 100 440 spy calls for tomorrow. These foolish bulls are going to push them into the money. You better fucking hope so. But they've had their 43.75s in the money and haven't closed, almost risking the profit. It's their support. It's like their call wall, right? And it expires tomorrow, the majority of it. I read EMAs as enemas, but that would be ENA. ENMA. Enma. Freudian, maybe? That look wasn't encouraging. I'm sorry. How about this one? What's the other position that's forcing them to hold 4400s, 4375s? Them. There's a battle going on right now, Lawrence of Arabia, even if you don't realize it. And that battle is bulls versus themselves. And it's beautiful, frankly. That was less than 15 minutes, by the way, Hestia. That's okay. You can hate me because you ain't me. So the bull is wearing the red cape? Yeah. Grok, grok, grok. Puts her calls for the nummy. It was already. I, I, if you're not paying attention, I can't help. Bull wearing a red cape sounds like tomorrow's stream card. Bullshit. Maybe I have an idea. The letter included proposals by the shareholders to receive dividends as NFTs. Guess who sent a letter to the SEC? No wondering the motivation behind shorting it directly. Yeah. SPX down? Yes, no. It's moving down. We'll see if we get a continuation. I would like to propose that you put a put or call sticker on the stream so those of us with mediocre brains can keep up. Nope. You know of a good platform that's mobile friendly to paper trade options with? Anybody? Probably like yeah. Most people really like paper trading on Thinkorswim. I don't know how their mobile app is, but I'd assume probably pretty good. Market seems more like two hillbillies dueling on banjos than two violent horned animals. Fair enough. So here's what I'm thinking. The sold puts expire tomorrow after close. No, calls. They're going to pump the shit out of SPX over 4,400 at the 11th hour because they have the money to do so. Do they? Then close everything in the last 19 minutes. I'll buy it. I'm done for the day. Your last two entry videos last night was extremely valuable. Your tight entries video was extremely valuable for me. I made 4450 over the last 2 days. Thanks, Gherk. Nice, Smooth. Congrats, man. Traded futures all night at work last night. Made 3,000 fake dollars. Fun. I don't know what NFTs are. I did tell people about this months ago. Nugsy Bulls. JFresh is losing it and drawing watercolor bulls on the SPX chart. That sounds amazing. I want one of those. Bostic reiterates view Fed done with rate raises. That's hysterical. He's speaking in 13 minutes. He's just gonna read the speech that's already released, I'm pretty sure. Isn't he a non-voting member? You read my Ko-Fi and now I don't know what to do? Buy calls, I guess? Do whatever you want, man. Bostic is not a voting member of the Federal Open Market Committee that decides monetary policy. You mean he's not one of the vast majority of voting members that are calling for 2 or more rate hikes? No, I know he's not voting. I know, yeah. We went through this the last time Bostic said bullish shit and the market ripped 200 BPS. The SPX chart has the JFresh formation. You know the one. It's a lot less steep than last time. Also, following that formation, didn't we move down? Like a bunch? Carvana? Oh, nice. Looks like it tapped Gamma Max. Enjoy shorting volatility. I think I still have open spreads on that. Do I? Did I close those? No, I closed those. Okay. Nice. You said my bear call spreads were bad. I wish I ignored you. I said they were risky. You also asked about them in an uptrend. Why is it too late to sell them now on confirmation versus attempting to sell them on the test? I mean, yeah, it was still on an uptrend until it broke down below 27. Did VIX actually go up? Wake up? A little bit, yeah. Artist formerly known as Wetzel's Pretzels. This may be a bit shocking, but it's still Wessel's Pretzels, reincarnated for the market crash. Okay. What market crash? Any thoughts on HWM? Howmet Aerospace. I don't know anything about them. The defense contractor? $20 billion market capitalization. Margins look good over the last couple of quarters. Might be worth more. A nice stable uptrend that it's at the top of. Jesus fucking Christ. This is just a repeat of the price action we had earlier. Market crash is a cute little name for when the market oscillates in a $10 range. I guess so. Profited nicely off Amazon puts I asked about yesterday. Thoughts on the bear flag forming today on Amazon? At what time frame are you considering this a bear flag? Yeah, I guess on like the 5-minute. I mean, the bear flag that formed here is already broken down. So, I mean, you're asking about a continuation below the resistance, like the low resistance for the last. I mean, risk is like right where we're at like 41.27. 50 is support, so your risk's at like 41.28. Either you get a continuation or you don't. It's not a bad entry, it's tight. I think the question you posed to me yesterday was also a pretty tight entry. So it's I mean it's decent. MQ looks much more like it's gonna break down than ES does. How the fuck is oil being up 32 BPS helping this at all? Fucking ridiculous. What odds would you put on SVX closing between 4350 and 4400 tomorrow? I would say like 40. It's, tomorrow it's risky to call, but I would say there's a decent chance between like 4350 and 4410. I wouldn't say 4400 though. Maybe than like 4360, 4410. If the 4400 bulls lose money, would it be big enough to make the news whenever they report their results? I doubt it. Maybe. I mean, you don't know how many positions there are, how diversified it is. I don't think SJX could get more boring today. Then I switched to the 15-minute yeesh. Hmm. Ooh. I feel like the 15 minutes kind of bearish here, right? Hmm. Dow's having a pretty good day today. Interesting. Okay, there's the 90 test. Hmm. Sorry, 1 second. $90, $95. Looks like the 4405, 4410 have sold off. Volume like $15 on either side at the money is about equivalent. So I'd say put and call interest right here are about the same. 43.90 still got a decent amount of interest though. And 95 is the peak. Although grind up or continue to fail. Huh. Fail? Would one not buy calls here? I'm not really buying anything here. I still have some puts open that I bought at the last high test at like 43.88.80 or something. Hmm. Dow's moving up really hard. Did you see that Tiffany's in New York City was on fire? They just did a $500 million restoration. Up in smoke. I hope they enjoy the insurance payout. The bull struggle is becoming very clear. A couple of weeks ago, we would have just rocked up at this point. Yeah. That's not off the table right now. I don't think a test of 43.95 is unreasonable here. Ooh, I'm gonna be able to sell spreads. Did you hear about the Russian bank billionaire that fell off her balcony in Russia? No. Did she say something bad about Putin? Hmm.
Very odd behavior. Oh, I'm receiving a text from a stranger with a. Wait, where did it go? Oh, there it is. With a message clearly meant for someone else, do you inform them it's the wrong number, or respond if it's correct and try to cause havoc? I don't know. I guess that depends on my mood. Or how much havoc could be caused. Wagner looks to be getting out of Ukraine. Didn't they already pull back to like Belarus last week? Wagner's like, you can't nuke your own guys. Come on now. It's spam unless it's from an iPhone. I canceled someone's cable install once. Wow, that's like actually evil. I think I have a voice modulator. I don't know how to use it, but I could try. We'll change the name of the channel. You guys just pretend like you don't know what I look like already. Hmm. This is a lot of effort for very little result.
Hmm. I turned my TGen account from 500 to 6150 so far with strict discipline the past few weeks. Thanks for what you do. No problem, man. Congrats. Big effort, no result usually breaks down, right? Yeah. The odds on it breaking down haven't really changed. So I still think like sub 4385 is like, I don't know, decent odds. Yeah, still like 64%. Futures losing volume. ES and NQ. Some stop loss hunting, but I don't really see any volume coming in here. Mm, 4400 zero DTs are starting to break down a bit. So some of the positioning there seems to be resolved to not going in the money today. That's interesting. Put volumes picking up 90, 85, 80. A little bit at 75 and 70 too. Not a lot though. How many fucking days? One more pump tomorrow. I mean, how many more days do you think they can try? This is now day 8 of failing. Hmm. The biggest thing I need to learn is patience, especially when entering a position. I need to acknowledge that now may not be the right time, and there will always be another chance to make money. Yep. That's pretty important. Sometimes the best trades are the ones you don't take. Day 8 of failing or day 8 of distribution? It's day 8 of failed pumps. If they fail, it would be it would be the 8th day that they've tried to push to 4400 without hitting it. Stop me from looking at 4395, 4400 spread risk returns. Sure, stop doing that. Look at that candle. I'm down 1K on Tesla puts. Good job. How? I can't wait for day 30 of failed pumps to 4,400. Don't say that. That's fucked up. Bought them too soon. Did you not buy any theta on them? I assume you have like weeklies. It's not a great week to buy weekly puts on Tesla. There were a couple chances, but it's still trading at resistance. Like where did you buy them that they're down? Did you not wait for it to break up? So you bought them down here on the bounce? Monday? Oh, okay. I mean, if you have some theta, you might be okay, right? If this starts to break down. But yeah, didn't you ask me Monday about them? And I was like, wait for the upside test. I know someone did. Yeah, this is a much better range for entering puts on Tesla. Around 253. But Girk, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott taking off Friday. 2023, circa. God, this thing's... I wish it'd just fucking fail already. Let's on the student loan decision at 10 tomorrow. Wall Street Bets saying SoFi calls. Looks like another bag holders inauguration. I mean, I don't care enough. It's just risky. It's a binary event. So there's probably better ways to play it than calls. I'm still waiting for you to click market down again. That's not a button that I have. Ooh. 65.2%. I'm just saying percentages randomly. They have no deeper meaning. It's fun. You should try it. I had Chat GPT just build me a little bot that flashes random percentages. And then I'm reading them off. I've never seen it hit 100%. Did you hear about Madonna? I think so. So put in the ICU for something. Drugs. Good job, Popcorn Trader. I feel like you wouldn't need a bot to give you random numbers. You could probably manage that yourself. I don't know about that. That's just going on random walks. I don't have time for that. I'm a busy person. When you call out times before it moves, is that experience? No. They're trying to murder the VIX right now. J-Fresh, have we crossed over? Have they started? It looks like they're selling in the money puts, man. Why are they selling in the money puts, J-Fresh? Does nobody care about responsible tail risk management anymore? Someone's gonna fuck them. They're gonna fuck them real hard for fun. It's like chumming the waters. I'm very serious, Dave. I don't know, but I wish I could be in the room when it happens. You remember, guys, we were talking earlier about how, like, the bullish position was kind of fighting itself and it's contracting because they have to keep selling puts closer to the money. It now looks like they're selling puts in the money to buy short-dated calls. That's not going to turn out well. Someone's just going to dump like 20,000 futures contracts and make millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions of dollars. That's some full degen shit. It is. You're right. And where the dumb money? Less to lose. This is the kind of shit that makes this, like, scary and makes me bearish. So what you're saying is I should sell in the money calls to buy out of the money puts. If your margin could support that, I highly doubt it can on cash settled indexes, unless you have portfolio margin. Someone gonna dump future contracts, like someone that bought a bunch as a hedge, maybe? Maybe. That would be a person that could do 66.8%. Tease. Huh. I already told you, AJ, I have a little bot that ChatGPT made me that just displays random percentage numbers. It doesn't mean anything. It's completely arbitrary. Do you have a way of estimating a likely IV move? I think we have a few of those. They're not super useful, but I have level 5 on Fidelity. No clue why they let me have that. What are we doing, boys? Oh boy. That's what I love to hear. You just crank the option slider on options profit calc all the way up. Oh, the IV slider? Yeah. I feel like if one of us did that, you would yell at them. Did what? I'm simply embracing chaos. Is this Bill Huang getting revenge on the market? What time frame can we extrapolate that this blows up? I don't know how much margin they have. Doesn't this infer that whoever sold those in the money puts knows XPX has a high likelihood of not going higher, thus locking the price action into a higher range without fall because of the zero DTA calls, setting up sentiment for someone else to drive it higher tomorrow? You're just chasing your own tail here, man. Can someone cut the string that's tied walk into that can? That seems more ridiculous than selling near the money. They really, 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 really want their 4400s in the money. We've been over this. One doesn't simply lose billions of dollars. No, it's Tom Lee. He might be stupid enough to actually do this. I don't think he has that much available capital, though. The longer they wait, the harder it gets, though, right? I mean, yeah, because the supporting short-dated options are moving into their expiration, right? So there's decay on the long position that they have to constantly fight back against. It's part of what squeezes them into this position in the first place. You guys have held options before. You know what happens when you sit on them for too long. Their 43.75s have gone in the money like fucking 7 or 8 times now, and they haven't taken profits. I think we're going to see some pretty epic last minute action. Maybe. This is kind of beyond here. Like, huh. What's the advantage here? NQ's still down on the day. Even if you get ES to close up, like, that's not gonna... so much effort. Gork, they broke the VIX. They're trying. Look at this. VIX is down 109 BPS, and the fucking market's still flat. It's not even as high as the prior one. We better do something with all that premium. There we go. Just fail again? Okay. I guess what I meant to say is if they keep it above 43.90 by end of day, they can rely on other bulls to do the work for them tomorrow. Break 4,400 in the overnight session and ride into dawn tomorrow, closing at the last minute. They need more than that, right? They need to get the puts out from now. They need to get puts out from underwater. Like, closing up 30 BPS isn't like the like it's not going to draw in like systematic funds, right? You still need someone to come in and support the level. And you need them to support it enough that you can start closing out your fucking short puts, right? And if you're selling short puts in the money, then you need even more. Now that now they need to drive it up to like 44.25 to even start closing out the 4400s. Meanwhile, they can barely get it up above fucking 43.90. They just sold the fuck out of the VIX and they barely moved the price up like $1. I don't think this is what winning looks like, right? We've seen them do this successfully. You know, VIX down 50 cents, SPX up fucking 50 basis points. That's a good environment for them. That's when it's working properly, right? What would you do if you were them? I don't know. I mean, it's tough, right? Because you're not the only one, first of all. I highly doubt it's just one position. It's probably more than one. And, you know, like you can buy a bunch of short dated puts and rip off the band aid, but you've got to kind of hope all the other guys do the same thing. And then you take some small losses for getting caught underwater at the end, provided you still have money to do that. You know, SLD deposits haven't been real crazy lately, right? I don't think they're floating like I don't think they're sitting on like big margin reserves. Is that why it looks to be less effective? Less parties acting in unison? You know, I would say yes, but the volume's going up, right? And that's a liquidity issue. If you read the river runs dry DD, right? Less liquidity, more volume. VIX out of the money call volume is down substantially from the beginning of the month. If they're doing this to short VIX calls, then the profitability of this funny business must be drying up. River Runs Dry was only about GME. No, it wasn't. How do you do? I wrote it. Fuck all of you guys. Ban everyone some days. River Runs Dry was about my wife's hoo-ha. You show her your portfolio? Wait, did someone just argue with the author on what the DD was about? Yep. I get it a lot. My favorite thing is when people use like data points that I've showed them in the past to try to contradict me. That's awesome. I bet you don't even understand the Book of MOASS. Oh, Jesus. Why bother? But wouldn't lackluster SLD periods infer that they don't need to sell equities in mass or they can't sell equities? No. Less money on deposit, less margin. If you're a big bank right now and you need to meet liquid capital requirements, you can't really sell a bunch of equities, right? When they're up. You need to hold them. You need to hold them and you need to keep them up. Because you're going to get stress tested. Gotta look good on the books. You should love that conspiracy. You already got liquidity from the Fed, right? You go out, you buy a bunch of treasuries. You margin the treasuries instead of selling off your equities. But eventually that margin runs out. Now your equities are pumped. You look really good on paper. Gork, $100 strangle time. Not a terrible price. I already have puts though. I have 20 minutes till close. I thought only the big investment banks can buy equities. What do you think it would cost someone to become the first to dump definitive evidence that valuations would contract in the future? I did the $50 strangle, made 100% on the put. Now I just hold the call to expiry and lose $10, right? If you want. So Apple touching all-time high on half its average daily volume is super bullish, right? Don't forget on 70% of its prior earnings too. It's okay if you don't understand the DD, man. If you ever want some tips on how to do the stock market, just let me know. Sure. How's the IBKR UI on mobile? About as shitty as it is online. Like on like the desktop app. It sucks. IBKR is not pretty. Ooh. Where's dropping to clothes? Looks like I'm making a lasagna. Why? Was there... I think more importantly, where's Rug Pull-Opotamus? It's time. I can page him? Okay. Somehow I don't trust this. You shouldn't. Would you rather have to call into your broker to perform every trade or exclusively use Robinhood? Call. Hmm. Vix yearns for the mines. This is nuts. They better pump the ever-loving fuck out of this. Dude, ES isn't even moving up right now. What the fuck is going on? How do you even straddle this? 43.90 seems pretty easy, right? Is this gonna fail? Holy shit. That was nuts. At 40, I had 43.95 calls. Yes, no, VIX pop at the next rate hike. We got a while. Later, box him. I hope it prints the put side too. That'd be really cool. I got the straddle. I'm straddled at 43.90. Thank you, Yaga. They only had enough fuel to try that maneuver once. Yeah, they might have to bring it back in for a landing before close. Jesus fucking Christ. What a just crazy shit, man. PCE tomorrow morning, yeah. Before market open. Ooh. Yeah, I like that. Let's get more of that. More importantly, Fubo earnings. Oh, okay. Who said Fubo earnings? They aren't until the first week of August. Lawrence, maybe? I don't know who said it. Fubo not tomorrow? Oh, okay. IBKR is lying to folks about them being tomorrow. It's not unheard of. I thought I got an IBKR email saying Fubo tomorrow morning. I might be crazy. I mean, you might have, but like emails from your broker on when earnings dates are generally not reliable. Brokers just estimate like earnings based on the prior earnings. I feel like this market has gotten harder to trade the last few months. Really? Maybe. These 10-minute expiry straddles are pretty phenomenal. Of course not, Lawrence. That's the point. Ooh. Did you give a PCE estimate? Like 4.4 or 4.5? Core, I assume you mean? I'm just going to close these. I'm not going to let them cash settle. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was fun. Lot of shorting on the VIX there at the end of the day to, I guess, get the 43.95s in the money slightly, barely. 10 minute to expiry straddles and strangles strike again. I hope it does this every day forever, but it won't. Overall trend here going into tomorrow doesn't look very bullish, although I guess they got that strike in the money. As futures continuing up would be very helpful to their positioning and not failing. We'll see how PCE looks in the morning. If the month over month increases, then the year over year is going to go up. Same is true for CPI, but I think 4.4 or 4.5 is probably where we'll see core land. I don't expect it to turn up a lot. Energy prices have remained pretty low, so the standard PCE value year over year should be down, and then core should probably just be flat. So more of the same as what we've gotten over the last couple of prints. You know, persistent core, trending headline trending down. I don't think oil over the last month was up sufficiently to really cause any spikes there. But I guess there's an off chance that month over month comes in higher, which would be like 0.5. A month over month change would be significant. The same is true for CPI. If the CPI month over month comes in higher, then year over year can move up. So likely no major shakeups index wise. Well, from PCE, right? But remember, tomorrow's also the collar roll. Tomorrow's also end of quarter, so I'm sure volatility will be higher than usual, or at least volume will be. I mean, I just picked up a straddle. I'll probably hold it through the morning. There's some other data tomorrow too. I think it's not just PCE. I think we have Michigan. Yeah, we have Michigan consumer at 10, and then we actually have quarterly grain data, which could be interesting. Like I think corn, soy, and wheat. Um, that might be important for how people are looking at the cost of like food inflation. I thought jobs data was every Friday. Well, we had the jobs unemployment data was today. So we had initial jobless claims for the week of the week ending 24th, and then we had continuous jobless claims from the week before last. And then I think we got like the 4-week average today also. Four-week average is up slightly. Good game, bro. You too, man. I hope you guys made some volatility, money on the volatility there at the end of the day. If not, there's always tomorrow. The expectation remains that they will attempt at some point to get their 4,400 calls and now 4,400 sold puts in the money. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. And I'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a good night, guys. Later.